Hello and welcome to this live stream of Jupiter. We're actually tracking the shadow transit of Ganymede at the lower left hand side here of Jupiter. It's a little bit hard to see, so I'll zoom in a little bit. Let's see. The seeing conditions are pretty bad, but you can kind of see that there's something here, and that's Ganymede right here. It's causing a shadow from the sun, so there's an eclipse on Jupiter right now, which is pretty cool. I wish the seeing was a little bit better, but it is not. I'm stuck with what I have. I can try and go a little bit faster. We can see a little bit better, but it's just a lot of wobble. I'm not using any kind of Barlow tonight, mostly because when I used a Barlow to test, everything just looked way wonkier. So decided to keep that out, and we're just looking at the shadow transit of Ganymede here. So I pulled up Stellarium here to just show you what I am talking about with the shadow transit. So we can see a shadow like at the bottom left hand side of Jupiter in Stellarium, and when we look at fire capture we can see something here as well. It's just not as clear as Stellarium, and that is the shadow of Ganymede here that's moving over here. And we'll see this go across over the next couple of hours or however long I have a view of Jupiter. I do have some trees and neighbors' houses coming up, so it will probably disappear. So if I bring up the time, if I track Jupiter, if I go like another hour, so like midnight, and then yeah, so it's not going to be that long. There we go. At like 12:40 is when we'll see it disappear. Okay, so we'll keep looking at it. Yeah, you can see that it's here. And I took a couple of videos already, so I'll try and do a little bit of a time lapse if I can, if the quality of this is good enough for a time lapse. And I'll click on record. And once this actually finishes, you can see I'm recording at about 100 frames per second, and each video file is several gigabytes long. So once that's done, so that's saved, I can actually pump up the gain. I can show you the different moons. I'm getting a little bit of like aberrations, or what do I want to say, like bad shapes, even though my telescope is collimated. It's just a little bit weird looking. So we have the moons here. They are going to be Io, Ganymede, I'll do now. So Io, Ganymede, and Europa. So you can see Io, Ganymede, and Europa here. And there was something here, if I zoom back out to max resolution, we'll be able to see it. So I'm just going to do that. Then we can see it. Hey, Rich. There we go. So we can see this moon here. So whichever that is, Callisto. So yeah, we can see all four Galilean moons. Alright, bring the gain back down, and then I will crop back in. There we go. Yeah, we can see kind of the shadow going around. Yeah, shadow looks pretty good. Tonight is the first time I've listened to Sky Safari Pro warning me that there's a shadow transit. This happens quite often on Jupiter because it has so many moons and they go around quite often. I didn't lose audio, I just stopped talking. I got lost in my too many windows. Cool. What setup are you using to look at Jupiter? I'm using the Edge 8 with the iCAM 464C, so it's a nice setup. Only thing I wish I could do here is do some color balancing here. So you can see the green is always going to be much stronger than the blue and red because of the RGB configuration. And if I turn off bare, you can see it just gets super pixelated. Or we can see the bare pattern, and that's not fun to look at. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think the 8 SE is great. I do this a lot with my 6 SE. The DSLRs, depending on which one you have, the pixels could be a little too big. The the Astrocam that I'm using has 2.9 micron pixel size, which is pretty good. If it was smaller, it would be better for planetary, but larger, you tend to lose a little bit of detail. The larger pixels are better for deep sky stuff. Is that a Nikon? I'm trying to remember what my Canon has. I used to do this with my Canon a few years ago. 3.7. Cool. Hey, Stratotron. Yeah, I just looked at my T5i. It has 4.3 micron, so it's much larger than yours. And live stacking or live streaming with that wasn't great, but I do have some really good captures of Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn. Oh, Canon T100. Cool. Let me look that up. Oh yeah, yeah. When I look up T100 or 4000D, I couldn't find the pixel size, but when I looked up 1300D, it's 4.3 microns, which is the same as the T5i. It's a great sensor. Are you using a Barlow? That might end up being a little bit better with the pixel size that you have. Oh yeah, a good Barlow will make or break your system. I used not a Canon, a Celestron Omni Barlow, a 2X Barlow for years. It's pretty good, but nowadays I use my Teleview 3X Barlow. It costs a lot more, but the quality through it is amazing. With this setup, I couldn't use the 3X Barlow. Jupiter would just take up too much of the field of view, but for Saturn, the live stream I did a couple of weeks ago, that was with the 3X Barlow. Same setup, just the Teleview Barlow between the camera and the telescope, and it looked pretty good. And while I'm streaming this, I don't know. I never used the white balance control for the red, green, and blue here. You can see that the planet looks a lot better. So this is just the preview, because when it records in raw .ser. It'll record with the bare pattern like this, or not debared. So that's pretty cool. I don't know. I've never done this before. Try and balance this out. Oh, that looks pretty good. Much better for live stream, I will say. That red, go up. Ooh, that looks really good. I'm just trying to balance these three lines out. Too much on the red. Maybe I can do the green less. Okay, and then I can do a little bit more. Oh, look at that. Looks pretty good. I like it. Looks more true colory, I think. The Celestron Omni is really good, but I've had mine for almost 13 years now, so I don't know if the quality of it has gone down over the past decade, but I've had mine for a very long time and I've used it very successfully. I've had to use like a lens cleaner swap to swap the glass a couple of times to make sure that it stays clean, because sometimes it'll get dirty. And it's much better to clean the lens on a Barlow, a $30 Barlow, than anything else. So I like my Celestron Omni, my 2X. I don't have the 3X. I don't know which one the 3X is, but my 2X works really well. But again, right now I'm not using a Barlow. I am just cropped in, so I can go to max resolution, and this is what it currently looks like. Like if I was looking at it at full resolution, lots happening here. And I can, if I up the gain, ooh, it looks very pink. We can see the 4 Galilean moons pretty easily. I'm just going to crop back in. Okay, let's see. Alrighty. Yeah, the seeing conditions isn't great. It's still like bouncing up and down. It's really hard to focus on this thing too. But I think I did as well as I could. I first put my telescope to Capella and focused on a star, and I think that helped a lot. It's not sharp cap. This is fire capture. I also do have sharp cap here, which I'll sometimes use for like polar alignment and stuff. But polar alignment with this setup doesn't really work since it's such a narrow field of view. But this is fire capture. I have a whole bunch of videos on how to use fire capture to image the planets and the sun. So if you have any questions, feel free to check those out. What's my opinion on the Barlow SV216? Let me look it up. At first glance at that SV Bony Barlow, it looks pretty good. It's an apochromatic Barlow, so I'm assuming that it won't give you any chromatic aberrations. It's well priced. It's quite a bit more expensive than the Celestron Omni, but it actually might be of better quality. And over the last 10 years or so, SV Bony has been doing really well with their optics, so I think it's definitely worth trying, especially if you get it on someplace like Amazon where they have returns if you end up not liking it. Yeah, I think my Teleview 3X Barlow was 200 something when I bought it many years ago. I sometimes think that I need an ADC for my setup, and I think at some point I may get the SV Bony ADC. It's a lot cheaper than the ZWO one. Yeah, it's a hard choice. Like I have experience with the Omni, so I know that it's good. But with the caveat that I've had mine for well over a decade, so the quality of stuff, like in general, have been going down. It's not really it's not really shrinkflation, but I don't know if it makes sense. I haven't tried an Omni that was manufactured within the last 10 years. I'll just say that. And SV Bony has been genuinely working on improving their products over the last however many years. So it's great. Switching to Stellarium again, we can see where the Ganymede shadow is, like here. And if we look at fire capture, we can see it here. So it kind of pretty cool that it matches what we see in Stellarium. So what we're expecting is there. If you hear a baby coughing, that's my son coughing on a baby monitor. Yeah, that's true. They could have changed. I even if they keep like the same manufacturer, like where the manufacturer sources their products could be different. Quality control could be different. You know, so many things. Oh, awesome! Yeah, Jupiter is a really fun one to shoot time lapses of because it rotates all the way in 10 hours. So in the wintertime, if you time it right, and if Jupiter is in good view, you might be able to get the entire planetary rotation in one night, which is pretty cool. I think the longest I've done is 3 or 4 hours. It's a time lapse on my channel somewhere. I'll post a link in a second. totally agree, Tony. It is crazy. It is getting higher in the sky, so it'll get better, but when it gets high enough, it'll actually disappear behind a tree. So that's when my live stream will end. I probably have another 40-45 minutes or so. I'll go check. But if you're just tuning in, you can see the shadow of Ganymede at the bottom right here, which looks pretty good. So I'm just gonna take one more video. I'll zoom in. Of course, the more I zoom in, the more pixelated it looks. But I think the colors and everything looks pretty okay, especially with just how the camera and the telescope is set up. No Barlow or anything. And then if I bring up Stellarium, yeah, we can see that this is where the Ganymede shadow is, and this is where we see it. So it matches up. Looks pretty nice. I'm gonna pull this over on this side. Pretty interesting. Of course, this is not going to look anywhere good as what we see in Stellarium, but one can dream. Looking at the moons again. Let's see what they look like. If I up the gain, yeah, they're slim. I need to figure out why the shapes are looking weird even after I collimated. It was fine a couple days ago. I did check collimation before I started streaming and it looked fine, but of course, obviously it's not. If you look at the max resolution, you can see all 4 Galilean moons. Callisto's all the way out here. We have Io and Europa here. Ganymede is the closest. Go back to the 100 gain, and then I will crop in. Hey Beverly, thank you. What kind of telescope are you getting? And what kind of camera are you getting, or which one would you be using? Yeah, the planets are so dependent on seeing conditions. There's just yeah, and Saturn is lower to the horizon, so there's even more atmosphere between us and the planet. Jupiter, when it gets to zenith, or at its highest point, it'll actually look a lot sharper. But it still has a few hours to go, which this is not going to last because my backyard has a big tree and there's also neighbors' houses, so this will disappear at some point. But yeah, lots of atmospheric turbulence making this thing not fun to look at. Vista, I think I've heard of them. Vista Lab. It's is that the one that connects with your cell phone and uses your phone as a camera instead of a dedicated camera? I think so. It's similar to the Vaonis, another V worded telescope. Yeah, automation is pretty nice. going to up the gain again so we can look at Europa that may or may not have life, which is this one currently. And if I switch back to display capture, I can bring up Stellarium so you can see Europa, Io, Ganymede, and Callisto's all the way out there. So we have Europa. Oops, actually, I think this is Ganymede and this is Io. I just need to zoom back out. There we go. So this is Europa here. I will clip in. Yeah, and Enceladus is also a really great bet. One can hope. And just another update on the shadow transit here. You can see Ganymede is, the shadow's down here. It's almost over. If we look at Stellarium, it's here, and I think in like another 20 minutes or so, it'll start disappearing. It's pretty cool. The thing about JWST site not having a lot of data is because when science teams submit for their stuff to be imaged in the sky, there is usually some kind of agreement or contract with NASA slash JWST that they'll be the first ones to get it, and then the public will be made aware of it a year or two after that. So there's a lot of stuff that has been taken but can't be accessed by the public. But if you go to the stsci.edu website or .gov website, there's a lot of data there that hasn't been processed yet that you could probably do it yourself. And agreed, many fake AI images, and it's really hard, especially on Facebook, when I see them and people are like, "Wow, this is great," and I'm like, "It's not real." Yeah, and I work from home mostly, but I've wanted to get like a larger car, but I also don't want to get a larger car because it's not great for the environment. But yeah, it would be great if I can carry some of my big telescopes with me, which I can't anymore. I have to take my smallest, but it's okay. I'm not complaining. I'm enjoying sharing the night sky with my wife and son whenever I can. thin clouds are killing me. I can't keep the exposure right. Um, there is an option to do auto exposure. Hey, thanks for joining. Good luck with your setup. If you have questions about Barlow's or anything, let me know. Feel free to join the Discord if you haven't. I'm usually on there. I respond pretty quickly. Cheers, guys. Let's see if auto exposure works. With auto exposure, I guess the color of the brightness of Jupiter looked much better throughout as the clouds went through, but it was really hard to tell what the actual exposure frame rate was. I'll turn it off when I know the clouds are all gone. I think they're gonna be gone soon. Hey Taylor, thank you. And the constant dimming has been clouds. Bad timing. it looks like we're at the end of the shadow transit here. We can see Ganymede here, and I just upped the gain a little bit ago. We can see Ganymede here. Shadow kind of seen here with the gain up, but we can see it with the gain at, wow, 100. Yeah, so it's like at the very edge, and in Stellarium, we can see that the shadow, edge of the shadow is touching the edge of the planet. So it's pretty much all but gone, and from our point of view, I don't think we can really see it anymore. And the atmosphere is so wobbly, it's insane. It hasn't calmed down at all. I was hoping it would calm down as the night went by, but it didn't. It's either the same or worse. And the seeing conditions tomorrow are apparently a lot better than tonight. Tonight is below average. Tomorrow is average. But it's Sunday night. It's a school night. It's an election week. It's gonna be a little bit too crazy. It's also gonna be freezing, like less than 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and a dew point of 19 degrees. Um, so not that humid, but it'll be freezing. I will not want to be outside. It's cold tonight as it is. And I upped the exposure now because it was getting dimmer again because of some thin clouds in the atmosphere, and the auto guiding wasn't working, so you saw that it was drifting away. And now you can see that these buttons here, they're lighting up automatically, and that's because the camera, Firecapture is working with the camera to send pulse signals using the ST4 port to my CGEM mount, which is actually not connected to a computer or anything. And yeah, it's just using pulse guiding. It's pretty cool. It works really well. I only tested this a couple of times, and yeah, like as long as I have decent polar alignment, I kind of just winged it tonight and worked. According to the forecast, it is 100% clear right now, but as I step outside, I see thin clouds, and we can see Jupiter getting dimmer and brighter because as the thin clouds pass through, the amount of light we're getting is changing, and it's kind of killing me with my settings here. Auto exposure is not working as I hoped, so and I have to keep it at a certain brightness in order for the auto guiding to work, and even at 55 milliseconds, it's getting dimmer and brighter. Looks like I'm also running into some network connectivity issues. It's not responding fully. There we go. It's getting better now. I can see it gets a little bit pixelated. Woof. Looks very ugly. That is correct. Alright, I'm going to show you my finished image using a 16-inch telescope. I need to restart my remote desktop connection here because it is just not going great. So leave that on, and then I'll restart remote desktop and see how that goes. Alright, I think that's better. It was acting up earlier. It was just flickering, but I think it's better now. There's still some thin clouds, unfortunately, so it's just looking bad. You can also see the temperature graph here. It's coming in from the iCAM. Currently at 6.6 degrees Celsius. Translate that to like 40 degrees, I think. 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me check. Yep, 43 degrees. Between 43 and 44 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm taking another video. I don't know how good of a time lapse this is going to be because I didn't use the auto run feature. And as I'm taking this video, you can see the histogram. All the colors are starting to go down because there's a thin cloud passing over, and it's just absorbing a bunch of the light. Kind of sad, but I think I'm not going to get the time lapse that I want. But Jupiter will be at opposition in a month or so. It'll be much brighter and a little bit bigger in the sky. So I'm looking forward to that. So we're just looking at Jupiter and Stellarium and the moons that are available. Callisto's all the way out there. Ganymede is the closest. It's here. Hey, Jupiter from Boston. Hey, I'm also from Boston. We're right in Arlington, so not too far from Boston, but around there. You can see some of the moons. This Io and Ganymede. Ganymede just completed its shadow transit. A video. Remember to set your clocks back in about an hour at 2 o'clock. It'll turn back to 1. I don't think Jupiter will survive my tree at that time, but I'll be here as long as Jupiter is in view. and I think in about an hour, yeah, I guess, yeah, in 2 hours, we'll have the great red spot appearing again, but I don't think we'll last that long here. Current time. Current time is 1 o'clock. Yeah, in about an hour, it'll start. It'll appear again. So we'll see. Thanks, Ben. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Kirby. Yep, it's really fun when the conditions are good. We rarely get good seeing conditions in the Northeast here in New England, so you can see there's a lot of wobble. It was actually much worse when I first started. It's gotten a little bit better, but yeah, it's fun looking at this. I love actually looking at the telescope through an eyepiece, looking at planets through an eyepiece. Um, I've done a handful of star parties already this month or this year. Doing attending another one that's hosted by my astronomy club next Thursday. If it's not cloudy, I'll be taking one of my SCTs to look at Saturn and possibly Jupiter if people stick around long enough. I'm looking forward to that. It's really fun looking at Jupiter, especially Saturn with the rings. Hey, good question. So I'm using a pretty archaic method. So the camera I'm using is an iOptron iCAM 464, which is technically a guide cam, or can work as a guide cam. So it has an ST4 port. So it's that the phone line looking port. So I have that connected to that and connected that to the auto guiding port on my CGEM mount. And then on fire capture here, I have auto guiding set up here. Um, yeah, and then I had to do a little bit of calibration here. So these are the correction times, and it's just sending pulses to the CGEM mount, and it's guiding that way. So you can see the little plus here, and it's just trying to keep the planet centered on the plus. You'll see like occasionally these arrows here on the top right turning red, automatically based on what fire capture is doing. It's pretty cool. It's pretty basic, so I can't like control the mount from inside my house. I'd have to go outside and use the hand controller. But this archaic auto guiding method has been working for me for a while now, and yes, super simple. And you can see it's getting dimmer. There's some clouds. I've been getting on and off clouds all night. It's kind of annoying, killing my exposures a little bit. What is the magnification? That's a little bit hard to say, because with the camera, it's not like it's an eyepiece. Like with an eyepiece, with the 35 millimeter eyepiece, you can calculate the magnification. So it's just a camera, so you can look at the ephemeris, and it's currently, this is actually wrong. So the focal length should be 2032 millimeters at f10. So this is probably because I am cropped in quite a bit, so I think this is an f7 at 1700 focal length, the 1700 millimeter focal length. But yeah, it's a zoom on, or the magnification with the camera is a little bit hard to calculate, but the focal length of the ratio of the telescope is 2000 millimeters. So you can, if you have an eyepiece, you can calculate based on that. What is the planet Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune? I can see Uranus from here. Ha 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 ha. Good one, Major Frank Burns. A ballpark magnification. Let's say, if we say that maybe the focal distance of the camera is 50 millimeters. So if you say 50 millimeters, and I say 20, 30, 32 divided by 50 is about 40x. So this is a cropped in view. So if I actually uncrop and show you the maximum field of view, so you can see this is what it looks like. So it doesn't take up the entire field of view. So I think like 40x, 40 to 50x magnification is probably close to what we'd expect with something like this. But again, with a camera, you normally go with field of view, and with eyepieces, you'll do magnification. Since I'm zoomed out, I can up the gain, and we can see the different moons here. So we have Europa, where we're sending a probe. We'll see if there's life there. There's Io. There's Ganymede here. If you're just joining, we tracked a shadow transit of Ganymede. So Ganymede was eclipsing Jupiter, or eclipsing the sun onto Jupiter for a couple of hours, and we saw a shadow go across the surface. And all the way out here we have Callisto. Alright, going back, and I'm going to crop back in. Actually, if I do the ephemeris here, oops, not that. No, don't do that. This one. Yeah, even here it still thinks my focal length is 1700 at f7. This is wrong. Okay, I'll just crop in again. And then now, as I'm cropped in, you can see that there's a plus icon here, and now the auto guiding will guide the planet back into center. How well this tracks also depends on how good your polar alignment is. Mine was fairly okay. I eyeballed it. Didn't use any kind of software or even the built-in guides polar scope on the mount, and it seems to work. I've had quite a bit of success using just the pulse guiding. Hey Husky. A long time ago, I took a picture of Saturn, and I thought I found a new asteroid. The the way the thing looked, it looked like a surface of an asteroid, and my mind was blown. I looked everywhere for it, but a couple years after that, I found out there was actually a star, like a really bright star in that area. While yeah, it just looked very bright, and the way my camera captured it looked like an asteroid. There must have been some shaking, but it was just a simple star, no asteroid. But other than that, I haven't really seen anything. Like usually, lights flying in the sky, there are satellites. Like I've zoomed in on some of them. They're satellites. Usually, more recently, they're Starlink. Before then, I've seen a bunch of geostationary, including the ISS. And before the Iridium satellites were decommissioned, you can see those from time to time. Uh, Nothing unexplained, I would say. And I've been observing for like with actual gear for like 13 years now. And before then, I would do use my eyes to observe or use like community college observatories whenever I could. So nothing unexplained, or who knows? Maybe somebody wiped my memory. I don't know. Anytime. think I was talking that whole time without unmuting myself. But anyways, I was responding to Husky saying that I wasn't familiar with Przybylski star. I just googled it, and I am reading up on it. It's interesting that there's a lot of lanthanides on there. So I'm saving the search for further research. Looks really interesting. So thank you for sharing. I love reading about like interesting stuff about space. Anything to expand the memory. Yeah, cursor is moving. I was talking. I was muted. Happens way more often than I'd like. And the other thing I was saying is that I went outside and I looked, and I probably have maybe another 15 to 20 minutes before Jupiter disappears behind a branch in my backyard. So at that point, I can end the stream, or if there's any interest, I can keep it going and point it to Mars and see if we can see anything. The only thing is when we look at Mars, I'll have to cut the stream or cut the view of my remote desktop so that I can go outside and find it. Since I don't currently have any kind of plate solving on set up here, and the go-to isn't super accurate. So I haven't looked at Mars with this telescope yet since I got it about a year or so ago. So it'll be curious to see. I might also switch out the camera and put in Barlow, maybe a 2x or 3x Barlow. But that could take me 15 minutes or so to mess around with. So I don't know if I'm going to do it. Oh yeah, before I summarize, yeah, these two are Jupiter's moons. This is Ganymede, this is Io. If I bring up the gain, you can see them. You can see that Ganymede is kind of touching Jupiter right now. And if you look at Stellarium, I'm going to go back. Stellarium here. So if I go now. So yeah, you can see Ganymede is kind of in front of Jupiter now. I don't have enough resolution to be able to see any surface details. And then we have Io here, Europa here, and Callisto's a little bit farther away. So here, if I look at the full resolution, sorry, let me see, let me move my microphone. Hey, is this any better? Let's see, louder talk. Whoops. Yeah, so alright. Bye, Paul. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, these are the Jupiter's moons. You have Ganymede here touching Jupiter. We have Io and Europa here, where we're sending a probe. And on the very right side here is kind of disappearing as Callisto. And yeah, Stellarium. I'll pull up Stellarium again. Yeah, so you can see, Ganymede is here. Io, Europa, and Callisto all the way to the right. Yeah, sorry, my mic. I must have knocked my mic. It was turned away. There we go. And if I go back to 100 gain, we can see Jupiter a little bit better. And what I do is I usually crop in, and then you can see it better. So, and I think, yeah, so I don't know how long I have before Jupiter disappears. Yeah, and the other thing is, so once this disappears, I may shift to Mars. At that point, I don't know if I'll continue the stream because I haven't actually looked at Mars through this setup, so I don't know what it will look like. But if I do keep the stream going, it'll take me maybe 10 minutes or so to point to Mars focus, and then restart, looking at my remote capture software again. So we'll see. Maybe another 15 minutes before this disappears. Oh, that's a good question. Favorite target to watch? I love planet season because I feel like when I'm looking at planets, I'm actually more of a visual observer. So before I like set up for imaging with planets, I'll actually take quite a bit of time looking through an eyepiece, and I'll just stare at Saturn and Jupiter. And as good as it looks here, like through the eyes, it looks much better. Like the contrast is better, the view is sharper, and I can zoom in with the higher power eyepieces. And yeah, like Saturn especially looks amazing. And with this telescope, I can also see some of Saturn's moons, including Titan, and those are always great. So I love Saturn and Jupiter, looking at them through my telescopes. For imaging, I have probably imaged the Andromeda galaxy a ton of times, um, and yeah, I love just looking at that galaxy whenever I can. I've seen it through a telescope as well. It doesn't look as good as a photograph, but it looks really nice. And if you haven't seen my website, Astronomy.com, I don't have everything on there, but I have a lot of stuff on there, including let me see my latest. I don't think this is my latest Andromeda. Yeah, I don't think this is my latest. Maybe this is my latest Andromeda, but like just looking at Andromeda, a galaxy 2.5 million light years away, this is naked eye visible. Um, Potato Lord, is this live? This view is live. So Jupiter, we're looking at it live as it's happening right now. The telescope is set up in the backyard, connected to a laptop, and I'm remote desktoped into it. The image of M31 that we saw is from a couple of years ago. I think it's from 2022, I want to say. Taken with a shorter refractor. Let's see. Hi, Noor Tegu. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. If you have Discord, feel free to join the channel, or join the server. The description has a link to the server. We have like almost 100 people there. It's a good group, and I try to answer as many questions there as possible. If you use your telescope, will it be the same? What kind of telescope do you have? This one is a pretty large 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope. Focal length is 2,000 millimeters, so this is pretty. It's large compared to most telescopes that you'll see in stores, but not the largest. Atmospheric. Let's see. I'll also post the Discord invite in the chat in a second. There we go. How much would something like this cost? My whole setup that I'm using for the live feed. Yeah, so the telescope itself is the Edge HD. So I'll have my browser here. I'll just search stuff up for you. So so if we look on, let's say, HighPoint Scientific, so the Edge HD is $1,600. So one thing I'll mention is that actually muted. One thing I'll mention is that I rarely buy anything new, so I bought mine used. It was closer to $1,000 when I bought this from someone else. It needed some work done, so I needed to like collimate it, make sure everything was working, clean it up a little bit. So $1,000, it was totally worth it. The mount that I have is a CGEM mount. I don't think they even sell those anymore. But the CGEM mount is old. Celestron CGEM. So they have the CGEM 2 mount, which is now $2,000. But again, I bought mine used, and mine is the first version, so it's not the CGEM 1. CGEM 2 is just a regular CGEM. Cost maybe, if I remember correctly, 800. I want to say 800 or $800, and I've had it for a long time now. But you can use pretty much any mount. You just want to make sure that it can handle the weight of the Edge HD, which is they should have the come on, they don't have the weight here. Let's see, Gina will have it. Yeah, so it's 14 pounds. So you need something that can do like, let's say like 20 pounds, which is you can find some decent mounts for that. And the camera I have is the iOptron iCAM 464C. So this is $300, give or take. But I'm actually borrowing this from iOptron. iOptron is a local company here in Massachusetts, and I know them pretty well, so they let me borrow this for planet season, so I'm testing this for them. But normally I use other astro cameras, but this is a really good planetary camera. So that's probably the cost of it. Like if you're buying something this exact setup brand new, it would be $1,600 plus $2,000 plus another $300. But the mount you can get much cheaper, and this you can get much cheaper, like on cloudy nights if you're buying used. Potato Lord asked me, are you up at 2 a.m. or you live where it's like 10 p.m.? No, it's almost 2 a.m. here. I live in Boston, and I'm expecting this time to go from 1:59 a.m. to 1 a.m. because daylight saving time is ending. So we'll see. Did I lose any questions? Let's see. So I'll also mention about like the cost of stuff. I have been collecting astrophotography gear for almost 13 years now. So I have a lot of stuff that I use for outreach, for imaging, for my channel. It's yeah, they add up. I have like no room in my house. I need to do inventory at one point and see how much I have for probably for insurance purposes. Hey, I'm Eclipse from Boston. I'm from the Arlington area, so not in Boston, but close enough. Boston 10-hour drive. Where is that? Oh, nice. Yeah, the 127 EQ is a classic scope. My first telescope was a Celestron 60 AZ that I bought from Walmart when I was 15 or 16. It was terrible, but I loved it. I could see craters on the moon. I can see Jupiter's moons. I didn't look like this. It was much tinier, but the moons were bright enough. Good times. Am I muted again? Can you not hear me? I did mute myself for a second. I'm listening to my son on a baby monitor, and he's been coughing. So whenever he coughs, I've been muting myself, so you don't have to hear it. But I do see my mic bar going up and down. Hey, South Shore, but on the line. Cool. So you probably have a pretty good view of the southern and eastern skies. I have to look north and west in order to try and avoid Boston lights. Um, kind of. So it is a computerized telescope. It's guiding automatically, but I can't like turn the telescope from inside the house. I do have setups that I can control that way, just not this one. So if I really want to, so if I want to point it to Mars, per se, like I said, I'll have to go outside and actually manually use the hand controller and move it. The CGEM mount is old, and I didn't really set it up for remote control because I don't use it enough. Hey, El Wolfo Cosmico, cool name. 36 Fahrenheit where you are. Where I am, it's about 36 here too. Yeah, it's pretty cold. So I appreciate being inside while my telescope is outside doing stuff. Well, if we're talking about the universe, then it's really hard to say that we are the only life form. I think life is more what's the word I'm trying to say? You know, I look. Hey, just quick pause. We're back at 1 a.m. So we went to 1:59, and now we're at 1:01 a.m. Daylight saving time has ended. It's getting darker earlier. Okay, so now back to my opinion on life on in the universe. I think it exists in a lot of places in the universe, so it's probably like countless amount of life. Um, Whether or not that's intelligent life is hard to say. Intelligent life is probably more rare, but I think it exists elsewhere as well. It's hard for me to believe that it doesn't. potato alert. I went on a tangent. If your what is about the time, daylight saving time ended. So for some reason, most of the Western civilization changes back their clock an hour. Unless you're in Arizona, Alaska, or Hawaii. Yeah, Jupiter on average is the brightest object in the sky behind the moon and the sun. Venus is technically brighter, but if we're looking at the average number of average brightness throughout the year, Jupiter is bright more often than Venus. But yeah, Jupiter is extremely bright. It can be blinding looking at it through a telescope. My astronomy club, Amateur Telescope Makers of Boston, has a 16-inch telescope, much larger than the one I'm using, and looking at Jupiter through that without a neutral density filter kind of blinds you. It's awesome, and also, actually, it's just awesome. Let me see if I will. Yeah, so this image here was taken using the 16-inch at my club's observatory. This was from October 19th. How far do I have to go to get to Class 1 light pollution? The closest place I think around here is probably Acadia National Park, but I think that only goes down to Bortle 2. So I'd have to go really far for Bortle 1. I don't know if there's any in the Northeast here. I'd have to go to like the Midwest, like Montana, or Southwest, like Arizona. It's really sad here. There we go. Yeah, the 2015 Acadia. Oh yeah, it's like Class 3. Yeah, like Class 1 around here is like impossible. Like Class 2 here. Yeah, I'd have to go somewhere pretty far. Here's probably Class 2, yeah. The darkest skies I've been in is Class 3. Or Bortle 3. Yeah, it's like Class 1 there, so yeah, this is a really sad map. Yeah, life must be very easy to emerge given the right conditions. Agreed. But technologically advanced life is exceedingly rare. Yep, totally agree with you. Can you see the Andromeda Galaxy with your telescope? Yes. With this telescope, it would take up too much of the field of view, but yeah, no, it's definitely possible to be seen. I showed this image of the Andromeda Galaxy that I took a couple years ago with a smaller refractor, and it like fits Andromeda perfectly. And this is taken from my backyard, so my Bortle 8 backyard. So yeah, like with the proper gear and the proper processing techniques, I can look at a lot of things in the sky, even from my light polluted backyard. So this is one of my favorite pictures of Andromeda, and it has shown up in a couple of art shows in my local area here. But the telescope I'm using for this is the Edge 8, which is, I had that up too. This telescope is a large 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain. It has a narrower field of view, so Andromeda would be visible, but it would look much bigger, and I wouldn't be able to fit it in. But I would like to use that to take a picture of the Andromeda core one day, if it works out. And we can see that, so Jupiter's brightness is going down. You can see on the histogram on the left-hand side here that it's going down. It's because it's going behind some leaves and branches in my backyard. So this is going to disappear soon. So the question for anyone still here is, should I shift my telescope to Mars and see if we can see anything? Mars will be much smaller, much harder to see. Um, yeah, it's going to go away. I'm just going to do max resolution. Try and guide on that. But if I switch to Mars, I'll need maybe 5 or 10 minutes so that I can go slew my telescope and see what we see. The Milky Way, the Milky Way is another beast because you need much darker skies to see it. I can't see it from where I am, my borderline. I need to go farther away. I do have some Milky Way pictures, like for example, like this one. This is from the Catskills in upstate New York, Bortle 4 skies. Here's another one, again Bortle 4 skies. Like the Milky Way is reachable within a drive, but not from where I am. I'll have to travel, and you don't want to use a telescope for this. You want to use a wide field lens. So here I used a Samyang 14mm lens. So this is 14mm versus 2000mm that is looking at Jupiter right now. Yeah, Mars should be good, but what other options would we have? Yeah, so this mount here is not set up for anything else really. And my setup here with the fire capture is solar system only. If the moon was out, I would point it to the moon. Looking at some of the craters would be good, but we're currently at a new moon phase, so no moon. But in the future, I can do a deep sky live streaming session, show you my setup, maybe do a live stacking session there as well. But for my current setup, Mars would be the one and only next option that we have. Uranus and Neptune are out, but they are going to be behind the tree, so I won't be able to find them. Alrighty, I have Husky's vote, so I'm going to give Jupiter 3 more minutes, and then I am going to set this as just a placeholder image for 5 to 10 minutes. I'll go point my telescope to Mars, and then I'll be back. Some useful, like astronomy, as in, like what kind of information are we looking for? I frequently go to cloudynights.com, which has a lot of discussions on astronomy and astrophotography. Lots of really smart people there. But I guess a question for you is what kind of information? Well, light pollution one? Oh yeah, sure. Let me post some of these links. So like lightpollutionmap.info. I'll post this in the chat. You can also do Astrospheric, which has like weather information. It'll also give you like the dew point and stuff. It's pretty useful. Others. Let's see, what else do I have? Yeah, I just put up astronomy.tools. It's a cool website. It gives you information such as, like field of view calculators, magnification calculators. Everything you see there should be taken with a grain of salt. It's not exactly perfect, but it's helpful in helping you get the idea. Stellarium, I'll link to. So Stellarium has both it has three versions. So it has a desktop app that you see here, which is really helpful. Like I would highly recommend this. Um, there's also a web version, which is fine. Like if you're like in a public library or something, you can pull that up. But it's missing a lot of features. And there's a mobile app, which is better than the web version, but not as good as the desktop app version. Highly recommend that app, and it's free, which is amazing. Trying to see what other stuff that I use. Cloudy Nights, I'll link to that too. Cloudy Nights. Lots of great discussions. Stargazers Lounge is another one. And if you use Discord, you may have already seen me post this before, but I'll post it again. Yeah, you can join the discussions. There's a ton of people there. I try my best to help guide people in their journeys. My website. Yeah, this is a really old website. I'm working on redoing this. And I actually stopped uploading my latest photos here, mostly because I'm redoing it. I was hoping to have it done by the summer, but stuff happened. I couldn't do it. But hopefully by the end of the year, I'll redo it. But the website URL will stay the same. Where was I? Yeah, yeah. If I have any more links, I'll share them with you. These are the ones that come to mind now. So for now, what I'll do is, you can see Jupiter going away. So okay, so I am putting this image up here, and I am going to go offline for a few minutes while I go outside and point my telescope to Mars. I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. I'm back online, and I realized the Jupiter image wasn't what was showing. It was the disconnection. So I think this is. So I'm on Saturn, or I'm on Mars. It's cold outside, and I think this is as good as I'm gonna get it. It is extremely wobbly. It's really hard to focus, and I put in a 3x Barlow because otherwise it was just so tiny. Couldn't see anything, but we can clearly see the red of Mars. And if I I'll pull up Stellarium in a minute. Just gonna catch up on the chat really quickly. Oh yeah, sorry, who missed it? Yeah, 119 pointed at Uranus. Unfortunately, Uranus and Neptune are going to be behind trees, but maybe one day I can do a live stream of Uranus. Same time for Uranus late. All right. I think I'm caught up. If I missed any questions, let me know. So all right, I'm picking up Stellarium. I'm going to search for. I don't have to search for Mars. I know where Mars is. Mars is right here. So if you zoom in and look at Mars, so this is what Mars looks like on Stellarium. We can see that it's kind of like a waiting moon. It's not a full circle. And if you look at it in here, we can kind of see that it's kind of the same. My camera may actually be flipped because the dark spot is right here, but this is the best resolution I can get right now. Warming at 40 degrees. I think it's getting colder here. It was 36 here earlier. Now, yeah, I think it's still like 36. I think Astrospheric is confused because of the time change. But if you're looking at Stellarium and Firecapture side by side, I think maybe it's not flipped. I'm not really sure, but yeah. But I think this is clearly Mars. Focus is off. If I could put another like 15 minutes into focusing, probably I'd be able to do it. But you can see that the atmosphere is terrible. It is moving. It's just jumping up and down. Yeah, it's just really hard to see. So the rest of the live stream will be pretty short because I won't be able to get any detail out of Saturn, or out of Mars anyway. But I'm going to take some picture anyway, see if I can process it. RGB. Oops, it's orange. I did mess that up a little bit, didn't I? I guess this is the color now looks a little bit more like what we see in Stellarium, a little bit more rusty instead of fully red. And I'll pull up an image of Mars that I took a couple of years ago during opposition. So like Mars can look good. This was taken with a 6-inch telescope, and I'm using an 8-inch. So theoretically I could get something even better than this, but the seeing conditions this night was like excellent. That was the best that I've seen, where if we're looking at Mars, it was just sitting still. I wish I can get another night like that. I hope I can, and I can see. I'd love to be able to take a picture like this again, but this was this was one of my best pictures of Mars. These from 2022. Almost exactly 2 years ago. And the person who wanted to see Uranus, this is what Uranus looks like through a 6-inch telescope. Very tiny, can't really see anything. And it's not going to look much better than in my 8-inch. Uranus and Neptune are extremely tiny. Really hard to see. Okay, it's going back here. Thanks to everyone who has joined the stream. This has turned into my longest stream right now, just because of how long Jupiter was out and because of Mars. But I think I'll probably end this stream in maybe 15 minutes, and then pack up and then head to bed. but if anyone has any questions, I'm around. If you haven't yet seen the Discord link, check the description. It's there. I'll post it again in a little bit in the chat. I'm on Discord all the time. I will respond to you like I'll respond to Potato Lord right now. Thanks, Husky. Do I need sleep? If you ask my wife, she says I do. I don't think I do, but I probably do. I've been up since early morning, since 7 a.m. I wish I didn't have to sleep. I'll say that. How's this? We can see Stellarium Mars, we can see live view of Mars, and my best image of Mars from a couple years ago. It is kind of like a drug that keeps you awake. Like if you're ever in like a truly dark area, just yeah. The last time I was in the Catskills, I stayed up all night. It was nice weather. I sat outside and just looked up all night. You may have answered this already, Husky, but where do you live? Good night, El Wolfo Cosmico. See you around. Oh, cool. Yeah, in Miami. I bet you could go somewhere dark enough to look south. So you just need some clear skies, clear dark skies in the south, and it doesn't even have to be completely dark. Like Bortle 5 will get you a nice view of the Milky Way. Bortle 4 is even better, but I'm sure there's some down in Florida, and I'm actually originally from Bangladesh. So nice to meet you. Where am I? I'm currently right outside of Boston. So hello in Texas. Oh, nice. nice. I wish we had Portal 1 skies 5 hours from here. I think if I drive 5 hours, I can get to Portal 4 skies. 6 hours or so, Portal 3 skies. Hey, Metabun. Yeah, we shifted to Mars as Jupiter went behind a tree. I'm hoping maybe the atmosphere will calm down a little bit and I can get some decent pictures, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. I'll probably just pack up by 2 a.m. Another 25 minutes, and then I'll try again in a couple of months. Mars will be in opposition in January, so that'll be the best time to see it, and I'm looking forward to that. Orange, yeah, it's rusty. I think that's the official color of Mars, because there's a lot of iron on the Mars surface and it's all oxidated, so it's just all rust basically. If you're just joining, like in the live stream, you should be able to go back and you can see what Jupiter looked like. We tracked the shadow transit of Ganymede across the planet for a couple of hours, which was pretty cool. And the atmosphere was also bouncy, but I will eventually. I took some pictures. I'll process those and post them like on Discord on my channel eventually. Yep, that's one of the reasons. So it is because of the greater magnification. So I'm gonna go back here. So if you look at the ephemeris, we can see that it thinks that I'm at f40 at 9400 millimeters, which is not true. Fire capture does great at a lot of things, but calculating ephemeris isn't. The real numbers are f30 at 6096 millimeters. So we're really zoomed in. If I weren't zoomed in, Mars would look pretty tiny. So that's one. The second reason is because Mars is currently lower in the horizon, so there's a lot more atmosphere between us and Mars. Jupiter in the very beginning, like when I first started the stream, it was actually pretty shaky. So if you go back there, you'll see that it's pretty shaky. But as the night went on, as it got higher in the sky, there was less atmosphere between us and Jupiter, and it looked less shaky. But Mars has a couple of hours to go before it reaches Jupiter's height, and I'm definitely not going to last that long. So when we get near Mars's opposition in January, Mars will be in a much better position. So like by like midnight, it'll be high enough in the sky that it'll have the least amount of atmosphere between my telescope, or our telescope, and itself. Should be much easier to image. Mars, Stellarium. one cool thing about Stellarium with like Mars is that it has like surface feature, so you can click on different regions and it'll tell you exactly what it is. It also does that on the moon, which is pretty cool. But one thing but when I'm trying to like zoom in on Mars, that's annoying. There we go. And you know, Mars has 2 moons. My telescope is not good enough to be able to catch any of these. These are extremely dim and also very small. I may be able to catch it with my telescope club's astronomy club's 16-inch at some point. Can you see a black hole? Unfortunately, no. The way, you know, the images of the black holes that we've seen were radio signals that were converted into images using like interferometry. It was they essentially used a telescope the size of the Earth, so we can't. What we can do is we can see like shock waves from black holes. Like M87 has a supermassive black hole. It has a jet coming out of it. So as like even amateur astronomers, we can point our telescopes to it and see the jet coming through, the relativistic jet coming from the tiny quasar and M87, so we can image that. There's also a black hole called Cygnus X1. It's a black hole. It's a stellar mass black hole in our galaxy. It's in the Cygnus constellation, so we can see the shock wave from that as it's traveling through space. If you actually take images, you know, that are months long, like take an image every night for a couple of months, you'll see the shock waves go through the nebula in space, which is really cool. It's on my bucket list to do at some point. I just need a more permanent setup where I can actually take more images, more astronomy sessions. Yeah, is Nasmus Nasir my actual name? Yep, it is. Yes, yeah, Nasmus does mean star in Arabic. Yeah, I learned that when I was, I think 20. Like some girl asked me my name, and then she was like, "Oh, that means star." Like she spoke Arabic. I was like, I didn't know, so it was kind of meant to be. And also, M87's black hole quasar outshines the entire home galaxy, so you are technically seeing the black hole. That's true. That's true. So like when we were looking at it, like if you're like looking at it visually, that's all. That's pretty much all you see. But M87, if you have a big enough telescope or you're using like an astrophotography telescope and imaging it, you can actually get some of the surrounding, some of the surroundings of M87 as well. And since we have Stellarium open, I'll actually open it up and then we'll go back to it. We can look at what it'll look like. So low to the horizon. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So M87. So like images, you can actually the core of the galaxy is extremely bright because of the quasar, because of the supermassive black hole. But with imaging, you can actually see the surrounding as well. It's an extremely large and extremely bright galaxy. It's really fun to see through a large telescope, actually. My astronomy club has a 25-inch Dobsonian that we've looked at M87 through it, and there was also a supernova in one of these galaxies. I think it was this galaxy, NGC 4478, a couple years ago. That was also fun to see. All right. see, and will the jet be visible? When you're looking at it visually with the telescope, you can't see it. It's pretty dim. The only time you can see it is if you take images and then you process them, and then the jet starts to show up after a while. But you need a lot of data. It's hard to see. I've never seen it visually. I don't think I know anyone who's personally seen it. I'll Google NP7. Yeah, like you can see this jet here. This is the jet that I'm talking about. Um, you can see that it already looks faint in this. I think this was taken by Hubble. Yeah, this Hubble Space Telescope. So it's really hard to see visually. Maybe even impossible to see visually. But even amateur telescopes, if you have enough data, you're able to see something coming out of there because it is like actual particles that are coming out. What does Betelgeuse look like? Through amateur telescopes like this, it'll just look like a star, a dot, a blob. Can't really see anything. Um, Even with large professional observatory grade telescopes, you can't really see anything. No surface details. There are like specialized telescopes that can be used to see surface features, or like at least some of the surface of Betelgeuse. It's still like super tiny. What's cool is if you look at stars like that with a spectrometer or a spectroscope, you can see the different elements that are on the surface of the star because they have different spectrographic fingerprints. So they look cool. I've looked at other stars using a spectroscope, but never Betelgeuse. Yeah, I'm with you, Husky. It would be cool to be able to live long enough to see us become an interplanetary or intersolar system or intergalactic species. That would be cool. I know if we last long enough. And the one thing that I really want to see is the Andromeda Galaxy and Milky Way merge in like 5 billion years. But like living for 5 billion years can also be yeah, that would be something too. It sounds like something we would want to do now, but if we had to do it, it might be hellish. Andromeda. I never liked that name. It's really funny. It's a really funny name, but it's also a pretty dumb name. Milkdromeda. M31. Like if you're looking at it through like a telescope or something, the core is pretty easy to see. If you look at Stellarium again, you can star hop to Andromeda. So like I'm actually gonna go back a couple hours. So it'll be easier to see. Like I can look up and I know that Andromeda is here. You just have to get used to like star hopping. Like if you like start at some bright stars like Deneb. This is pretty bright in the sky. Um, and if you line it up to like Vega, it's almost like a straight shot to Andromeda here. And the core, if you're looking at it through a telescope, the core is pretty easy to spot. And it's really big. It's about the size of 6 full moons. Is that right? Yeah, 6 full moons. Yeah, I've seen that image. I didn't know the designation by heart, so I just had to Google it. But yeah, it's incredible what we can do now. Looking at solar systems in other stars. Yeah, it's crazy. And that resolution is better than what I'm seeing here. But I will say Mars seems to be calming down now. It's a lot better than it was like half an hour ago even. not too bad, but it's just like lots of pixelations around here. But I can clearly make out some of the surface features that we see here. But it's just moving so much. You wonder how many technologically advanced civilizations are in our current galaxy. I don't know if you've heard of the Drake equation. I think I forget the guy's first name. Sorry, I had to mute. My son was coughing. The Drake equation. I think it's estimated that there's around. They estimated that there's around 10,000 technologically. That guy. 10,000 technologically advanced civilizations in the Milky Way alone, which is crazy. But he just like put a whole bunch of numbers together and then came up with that. But it would be interesting. There has been a lot of time for civilizations to advance, if there are any. And I think with that said, it's 1:56. At 2 o'clock is when I will 2:02 is when I will end this. Then it'll be 4 hours of live streaming. This will be my longest live stream. Thanks to everyone who has been a part of this, who has asked all these questions. I absolutely loved talking through all of this and showing you Jupiter and Mars. Hopefully I'll do another one of these again in the future. I also want to do a deep sky one day with one of my smaller telescopes, just to show you what we can see. And you can do maybe a tour of one of the constellations. Thanks, Husky. It was really great talking to you. Have a good night. Yeah, you can see some nebulae are actually really bright. Like for example, actually planetary nebulae. Like if you look up the Dumbbell Nebula, M27. It's really bright. You can see it from Portal 5, even Portal 6 skies, especially with even a half decent telescope. There's also, I think it's M54, the Ring Nebula. It's also really bright. It's a planetary nebula. You can see it from Portal 5, 6 skies. The only thing with that is that it's pretty tiny, so usually you need a larger telescope, but it's possible to see. Look up M1, which is the Crab Nebula. Again, another bright nebula. This is a supernova remnant. Pretty easy to see in Portal 5, 6 skies. If you look up, like the Orion Nebula. I don't know why I forgot the Orion Nebula. Orion Nebula, like you can see it from the Portal 6 skies easily. Even with half decent telescopes, if you use even just a basic camera or your phone to take a picture of the Orion constellation, the Orion Nebula will show up in that view. It looks pretty cool. I should have more images of the Orion Nebula, but I don't have any good ones online. I think the last one I took was like this one. This was not the best image. The core is blown out. This is from years ago, but Orion is really bright and really easy to see, even from bright areas. Looking at my thing, so Dumbbell Nebula is here. This is again from years ago, 2021. I have some better images of this. The Ring Nebula. Here's Ring Nebula. Again, not the best image of Ring Nebula, but this is what it looks like. You could see globular clusters like M13 here. This is really easy to see from even like Portal 7 skies. In Portal 8 skies it'll look a little bit fuzzier, but you can totally see this. This is a really bright globular cluster in Hercules. All these red ones, these are emission nebulae. These are harder to see. I think North American Nebula here, you can see this technically if you have a fast telescope, like a wide field telescope. You can see actually like some structure, especially the Cygnus wall here. There's the Pleiades. I have a better picture of the Pleiades up here. It's really bright to see. With a fast telescope you can see some of the nebulae here as well. Would it be black and white? Yeah, our eyes aren't really great at seeing color in space. Like a lot of these are long exposures. The Ring Nebula is super bright. So if you have a fast enough telescope and big enough telescope that can look at this, you can actually see some of the colors. Like it'll look somewhat blue, but you need a really big telescope. Like I've seen color in the Ring Nebula using our club's 25-inch telescope, but that's a huge telescope, and I can see some of the blue. The reds around the area are harder to see. Can't see that with the human eye, but a lot of this would be like monochrome because our eyes can't really process the color like that in nebulae, but it still looks cool. Alrighty. With that said, any last question? I think I am ready to end this live stream after 4 hours. This was a lot of fun, and I hope to be able to do it again. I want to thank everyone who has stopped by, even if it was for a few seconds. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone. I'll be here for 30 more seconds for any last questions, and then I am ending the stream.